Hello. So we take the doc string, we format it. The doc string looks like this. So okay, fade out. Not necessarily. Okay. Doesn't matter what it really is. Okay, so this. So this guy will take a doc string, convert it into the preferred string with a bunch of options, and then the other guy is supposed to produce an edit, right? So okay. So what is an edit? It's gonna be public. Okay. The edit should be file path. This is more like the unique ID of the edit. And then there's some kind of range. Okay. Then probably want the actual text. That's the simple part. So if I have a list of this, is this enough to apply to a file? Probably. And chances are I don't even need to actually use the path when I do that, because I will open a file, I will keep it open, generate a bunch of edits, and then mutate the buffer I got from opening the file. So right then and there, I already applied the right changes, the changes I need. So the path here is just some kind of identifier, blah, 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 blah. Does it even matter? Yeah, probably. Probably don't really care about columns, because hopefully the text, yeah. All right, let's assume we're gonna replace 4 lines. Okay, so we'll write some documentation for this. Okay, so we have this. Then the next part we need probably, so we have this, we'll take a doc string and we replace the string, so that's the text, this part, and then we'll have to generate the rest of these, which I kind of already did. It's here, so what do you want to do that? Oops, add a file, documentable plus editor. Well, plus editing. Sure. So I'm gonna take this. Probably want to import crawler here. scroller. Okay, so that gives us documentable. Okay, so I guess this should be a list because sometimes you may want multiple edits. Okay, so given all this, in the actual check, well, format, so I don't need this anymore, right? Okay, so I'm gonna get the paths, I'm gonna iterate over them, we're gonna open the file in that path, and then we're gonna get the edits, apply the edits, write out. Right, the get the edit part is this part. Yeah, you fetch the documentables, and then you format them, get a list of Reddits, apply the Reddits, and your file is formatted. Easy. Yeah. Cool. So we can start by filling this in. Probably best to add some tests here. So let's do editor tests. Okay. Hello? Oh, what? Editor tests. Okay. So probably want to start with some basic DrString to text tests. Yeah. Okay. Start with doc. Oh, what did I press? Okay. DrString formatting tests. Okay. So DrString is from the cipher. Anything else I need? Probably that's probably it. Okay. DrString formatting tests. It's actually test case and do we could do test test formatting It's hard because there are many options, but we can start by some placeholder name and see what happens. So let's create a DrString, right? DrString is one of these things. So I want to call this, okay. And to call this, I need to call a bunch of these, okay. So gonna be look like this, descriptions. It's gonna be text led by white space. Parameter header maybe, parameters maybe, returns maybe, throws maybe. Okay, so well, let's make a dummy value, and before I move on, I want to compile everything. Let's see if everything's good. So this could be like formatting empty DrString. probably will never happen, but it should pass, right? So in this case, what do we get as output? We got nothing for description, so that's 0 lines. Since there's no description, there's no separation from description from the next section. We have no parameter headers, we have no parameters, we have no returns and throws. So is it reasonable to say that the output of this is a empty string? Empty string. But an empty string, when you apply, could take up. What if it takes up a line when you apply it? Yeah, empty string. Okay, so this is the nuance of using lines for edits, which is you have to be careful when there's no line involved, because an empty string implicitly could be a line. Okay, interesting. Okay, so when I do formatting, it's not going to be a return string. It's going to be an empty string. Or should it be a list of strings? List of strings. Interesting. Once you have a list of strings, then each edit should contain a list of strings. I like that, actually. That's actually smart, because a list of string has a natural value to represent 0 lines, right? So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So now I can test, right? I can test that assert true that doc dot what? Oh, probably testable import editor. What was it? Format. Should it be format? Or normalize. Something format is so generic. Probably call it normalize or standardize or validate. Validate is not a good word. Reformat. That's better. And the implicit value here will be that. So we call reformat on this. And then we expect the result to be empty. Okay. So let's make this test build and pass, which involves adding new targets. Where's my package? Okay, so let's add new targets here. We want similar to critique, right? We really want editor. Okay, so there's a new target, and then we make it depends on the same thing. Editor depends on crawler and decipher, which is true so far. And do I need to do anything with tests? Yes. Editor tests, what I called it, editor test, yes. Editor tests depends on crawler, decipher, and editor. All right. So at this point, it should build or even test. Filter, editor, tests. All right, should. Let's find all the syntax errors I made so far. How's it going, chat? We got a couple of lurkers here. Oh, it's a building. Okay, so while we wait for the syntax error, let's think what other kind of tests we can write. So here, what's really interesting is, oh hey, amazing, we didn't make any syntax error. I'm a god. Okay, let's keep going then. So, what's interesting? So the most interesting thing is when you format, one of the information you need the user to give you is the line limit. If you don't give a line limit, then you have to pick a default. Column limit, I mean. Yeah, well, let's test. Description, column, limit, something like that. Okay, so let's again write a doc, but this time we're gonna give it some description, right? So, oh, I forgot whether descriptions should include. Oh wait, this is after parsing, so the description is like, hello? No autocomplete love, I guess. Okay. Sort this a little bit. Okay. So the description is something so-called it's something like this. Okay. Easy enough. So let's say you start your description with a space, and then you say this is well, description column limit not met, or description within column limit. So these are the baseline tests, right? So maybe this is line of description. Okay. And then we're gonna give it another line of description. This is another. Now let's put in the column limit. The column limit, what do you want to call it? It's going to be here, actually here. Well, interesting, can return array here. DrString format, reformat column limit. I'm not going to do a default value for now. We'll see how that goes. So let's write a test. Let's say it's 100 lines here. Okay. Does it have a public initializer? It does not. No problem. That's part of decipher. Okay. Luckily, this is a test, so we can do that. Okay. Nice to see someone using Swift for something over than OS. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Glass of ethanol. Yeah, this is not very typical Swift. Yeah. But it is related because I'm working on a linter for DrStrings and it's being used at least at my work. So, and my work is iOS repo. So, yep. But I'm not using Xcode. I can probably see, and yeah, not super typical. Okay, so where were we? All right, the test passed. So let's write. So given this output, what do we expect? We should expect so if the output are all okay. Maybe this is the right thing. The right thing is like this. Hold on. Reformat. So the question is, when this reformat function gets called, does it consider the column? Well, it has to because otherwise you can't really flow the text. Dang. Yeah, that's fair. Let's give it all the context needed. But if it knows the column, whatever. Okay, let's give it the column. Not sure what happened there. Okay. Start from 0 here. Okay. So that has to still work. This shouldn't matter. Initial column. Okay. All right. Just some warnings over there. Test passed. Okay. So given that, let's say we want to give it a 100-line limit. I basically expect this to be formatted as is, right? So let's go this route. Oops. Just gonna copy this. You start with your line, you have your leading white space, and then the rest of the content should remain unchanged, right? So this should be the output. Okay. And all right, let's do DocString. Well, Wait. Interesting. So it should work like this. So this is the expected output. Okay, so now this test will fail. Vim user, yay. Got no hate for either. Me neither. I really wish I could use Emacs better, but Vim, I've been using Vim for so long that it just can't be as fast. Emacs has so many nice features and extensibilities, and yeah, especially when it comes to scripting, extending, like eLisp is so much nicer than Vim's little language. Cannot invoke blah with blah. Huh? Yeah. Actually, let's go back to this. Man, waiting for things to build is such a productivity killer. That is not equal to that. Great. That's the expected failure anyways. So let's fix it. When I do reformatting, given a DocString, given the description, the easiest way to pass that test is I don't know if there's a value of passing the test though. Well, let's do it anyway. This is TDD, right? It's supposed to be a little mindless, so let's do it. So I want to also be staring at the definition of DocString when I do this, but okay, so literally for each line of description, you just take the something like this. Literally, I think this will make the test pass. Yup. Okay. But that's cheating because we didn't really do any formatting here. So let's go back and make a harder test. We want a within column limit, but also within column limit. Do I need this? With initial column. Okay, so let's say I start on column 8 or some stuff. So now the expectation should be this. let's make sure this is still within 100. Definitely within 100. So now this test will fail again, right? Of course. Now let's go back and fix. So now we have a column limit. The easiest way to cheat is padding equals string array repeating space by this number of times. Okay, so we're just sticking the padding here. And the test should pass. Nope. Oh, this is 7 spaces. Weird. I guess hitting tab is the wrong tactic here. All right, there we go. Okay. So this test is still valid, right? Okay, so let's do another test. Test description preserves empty lines. Description okay, so let's set it up. Here's an empty line, here's an empty line, here's 2 empty lines, okay? And here we should see something like this. Okay. So this probably will pass as is. Nope. This is the line of description. Empty line, empty line. Oh, oof. Yeah, I know what's wrong. So in the formatting, really should be like $0.text dot is empty. If it's empty, we want an empty string. Otherwise, we want a space. Okay, so that's that. That's that. Did it work? Yep, now it works. Okay. What's interesting is all of this is a lie. because it's not how it's supposed to be implemented at all. But maybe it's incrementally getting correct, more and more correct. Okay. So that's another test. At some point, we're gonna have to start the refloating of texts, and that's when things get interesting because it involves breaking things up. It involves breaking things up by words, and then you have to decide what is words and what are breaking points and what isn't. Also, one other thing is if you have multiple leading white spaces, they're supposed to be conserved, right? So I need to write a test for that for sure. Okay, so func test. Okay, so this test will fail, which is going to be okay. All right, let's start with a simpler test like this. Okay, so instead of one space, let's have let's give this guy 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces. Okay, so the result should be 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? 1, 2, 3. That's 5 spaces. All right, fine. Okay. Let's say you intended to have this. Now the test will fail again because we hardcode one space. So now we need to go back and think about this, right? Think about this. So the naive way to finish this is to use the text.lead. This will make this test pass, I believe. Just go next level directly. So that test now passes, but here comes the formatting part. If you don't have that leading white space after your slashes, we're going to add that for you. All right, so that will make this fail again. Oh, test leading white space. Test single leading white space is added if necessary. Okay. So let's contrast this is a second line. So this one will have a white space. And this one has many white spaces. Let's throw in an empty line as well, right? Why not? Okay, so I already know what the next test is. The next test would be test excessive white space in empty line are removed. Okay, So you never want trailing white spaces at all. So what that entails is something like oh, this is wrong. Let me finish this first. Let's bring back the column to 0. So this is less distracting. There's an empty line after this. Perfect. And then there's this line. Okay. Okay. How are we doing? Cool. Stream is healthy. Cool. Is this the right description? So this one doesn't have a leading space. We add one. This one is an empty line. It gets preserved. This line is normal. This line has extra white spaces after, and those should be preserved. That's what we expect. Okay. I'm going to copy this expectation, dump it in here, fix the initial column here. Test excessive white spacing empty lines are removed. Okay, so this is the focus. Don't really need this. Well, don't really need this to be precise. And don't really need this neither, but it's good to have another line. So let's make it normal. To be honest, this one can be normal as well. Okay, so cool. Think about these tests. Oh wait, this will never happen actually. Glad I thought about this, because in reality this is how it would end up being. Okay. So excessive white space gets stripped and missing white space gets added. I don't think either of this will pass. Well, now neither of it compiles. Okay. We've got one failure. Let me guess. It's this one, right? This one, because we have that is empty logic. Yeah, because the content is empty, so this one will be empty. Okay. Cool. So this test passed. This test did not. Yep. This is missing here. This is missing a space. Okay. So let's fix that. So really, the white space for this line, well, let's make this a little expansive. Okay, so this is going to be line, and you don't have to read the cryptic $0 anymore. All right, so let lead equals line dot lead dot is empty. Well, starts with this. If it starts with this, then it's gonna be line.lead. Otherwise, it's gonna be this. Okay. So now we do this. Let's see. Now we need to return. Okay. All right, so that passed all the tests. That's pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. All right, so we already have some functionality now. We have functionality to handle the leading white space. So that's some kind of formatting. At some point, we'll have to start the task of column limit formatting. So column limit formatting should be the last step when everything else has been calculated. And it's going to be a little different for different parts. Okay. DrString description formatting tests. Description formatting tests. Okay. So let's rename this node. Okay. All right, so now this is dedicated for description. I might as well start the column formatting, because I think for description we've got everything we needed. We have the initial column, we have the limit, Now we're putting some test cases, right? Okay, so let's think about this. We'll have so this is a set of heuristics, really. When you have a line of text and it's supposed to be flowed to the next one, there's a natural starting point for the continuation of that line. That's easy. The harder part is is whether we should remove any new lines that already exist. Or should that be an option? Well, let's begin by not doing that. So let's say you have this DrString, right? And what is the, so 1, 2, 3, 4 plus 35. So that's 40. Right. So I want the expectation to be look like this. Not here. So essentially this word forward flows downward to a new line because it hits the limit. So that requires us to calculate the precise limit. Which again this is the first in the content, and then there's 3 slashes, there's 4, and that means this is 39. So we need to make 39 lines of text over the limit. So when we format it, let's say the limit is 79, okay? So we have 39. We want the last word to exceed. So the initial column here needs to be 79 minus 39, 40, 41. Okay, so it's exceeded by 1 word, 1 character, hopefully. Yeah, so this test will fail for sure. Oh well, it's different kind of failure than I expected because I renamed. So description. Okay. Wait. Was this not why were there so many things being run here? Oh, I guess there are many tests now. So it's very strange because it doesn't say the summary. So I see this, I assume nothing is good, but there's actually a failure here. But it's also included here. Okay, whatever. We know it's gonna fail anyways. So there's some dangerous empty lines there. Let's make sure they are removed. Annoying AF. Okay, cool. Let me tweet out. I just tweeted. Okay, so let's see. So this is the first case where we need to do work for the reason that we're exceeding the column limit. And we've decided that the philosophy is we'll preserve existing existing lines. Preserve existing new lines. I'm thinking we should also preserve the existing leading white spaces. Right? So let me write another test here. So test lines exceeding column limit forward flows forward and preserves leading white space. So I want to give this line a couple more leading white spaces. Okay, for whatever reason. And that leads us to 3 plus 3, 6. 6 plus 35, so 41. So this line has 41 lines, 40 line content, 41 character content. The initial column limit is 41. We want limit to 79, so that gives us 38 characters. What was it? 41, 38. So it's over by 3 characters, which require us to flow this word downward. Except in this case, we have whatever this amount of white space is. So that should get preserved. Cool. So that's a pretty cool test. Of course, it will fail. Okay, so now let's go back to implementing. Well, you know what? Before I do that, so I have a commit there. All right. So stage everything. Amend the commit. Okay. Modern programmer save button. Okay. So here we have a line of text. We have the original leading white space. We have the actual white space. We have the initial column. We have the column limit. So let's do some math, right? So for each line, really what I need to do here is, instead of doing map, I should do flat map. And instead of returning this, I should be returning an array. Okay, so because one line can end up being many more lines. So that's easy. So when I run this, there should still be 2 test failures. Oh, well, compact map it is. No, it should be flat map. I want flat map. Come on. There we go. I can't really tell how many tests failed there, so go the long way. Anyways, so I do the flat map there. Now I can start floating the text. I know the leading white space. Okay, I know the leading white space. Let's do the math. The initial column plus 3 plus the least count these are the actual column that the text begin with. So 2 failures, perfect. That's what I want. Okay. All right, let's leave that. Let's close it. So this is the actual column where the text would start. Starting column. Really, it should be like content start column. All right, we'll just call this. We have the initial column. After that is 3 slashes. After that is whatever amount of white space you have before your text. Now, if content starts at, well, let me think. So if the remainder of the text is beyond the column limit given this starting column, we will first so max width, content width would be the column limit minus content starts at. Content start is fine. It's gonna be this. So we have to create new lines until all the new lines are within this width, or until there's no way to break the new lines, break things into new lines, right? So okay, so let's see. So how should we do this? We have a line of text. And the result will be an array. Okay, and then we'll have to say the remaining task is the text. We start with this, right? So while remaining dot text, so this one will be like, well, whatever, remaining dot count is greater than the max content width. Okay. While this is true, we need to keep adding text there. So start equals remaining, well, let's call it remainder, something like that. Okay, so remainder dot start index. Wait. Okay, so what do I do here? I have line of text. I need to, unstable. So. Uh-oh. No, I'm dropping frames. Okay. All right. Hopefully we'll be good again. Actually, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, so let's figure out this string folding problem. So basically, I need a function that folds strings, right? Fold line string, and I want by limit, and then this is the max width, and then we get a string, a list of strings back. Let's see. Let's document it. Fold a line of text with natural breaks. Until it fits in a column limit. Right, so that's what we're doing here. And we essentially, what we want to do here is really fold line dot text, right? So we'll get a list of pre-formatted things, and then we map it to this, and we know this will be correct. Wait. Yes. And the lead doesn't change for this line, right? Well, the lead really has let's handle this case first. If line dot text is empty, line dot text is empty, then we simply return this. Okay, so now I don't have to worry about this anymore. So now it's just a static lead for this line, right? Okay, just to make sure. Now, assuming that's correct. Oh yeah, let's comment this out. Some warnings, missing return, 31. Oh yeah, that's fine. So we were looking for 2 test failures. Uh-oh. We're stuck in a loop because this. Yeah, I don't need this anymore. Don't really need any of this actually. Yeah, I want to keep this line. Okay. Yep, 2 failures. All right, so that's good news. So comment this, throw away this, because for each of this line, we want to actually replicate this. And we want to keep the padding, we want to keep the lead, and the content now is the newly broke down lines. So this is the result we want. So we kind of want to call that, get this, get rid of this. Okay. So just to maintain sanity, I'm going to return this line as is for now. Oops, I think I accidentally created a new file here. Okay. Okay. Fold line by limit. We know the limit. Max content width. Okay. Okay. Cool. This is good progress. Let's check in and carry on. So now that we have this little function set up, I can write individual tests just for it. So that's pretty sweet, in my opinion. So let's write some. Add a node, line folding tests. Okay. So this will help us think through some details. Import exitest, import editor, except we want it to be testable. Oops, testable. Okay, so So the first test case would be we want to fold line. It's going to be short line or small line. And let's give it a big limit. 60. By limit 60. The result of that should be the same. Okay, let's not type that twice. We'll just say small and small. And let's run the test. So this test would pass easily. What? Oh. What? Cool. So that worked. Now let's keep going. Lines exceeding limit flows downward. Okay, so how do I do this effectively? So let's say the text here is test, 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 right? So each of these words is, well, let's not complicate it. Each of this text is 5 wide. So if I want, I can have the limit being 10. So here is the precise cut. And my anticipated result should be test, test, another one, and then the third one being here, right? So this is a very basic test, and it will fail, and then we will make it pass. Cool. All right, let's fold it. So the naive way to do this is to break things down by space and then add up the words, join them back up within the limit. The problem with that is I mean, is it really naive or is it good enough? I guess the problem with that is in case you have multiple spaces, what are you gonna do, right? Yeah, I want to maintain the multiple space if needed. So here are our toolkit. Okay, that's all of it. So I think the fastest way is we just go to the let's call it the n, right? Let's go to the nth character and backtrack until you see a white space. Or you go back to 0. And that's where you make the cut. You make a cut and you repeat that algorithm, right? Okay, so let's give that a try. While line dot count, well, let's not do line. Let's do the remainder. Remainder equals line while remainder dot count is smaller than n. Well, let's call it better. Limit, right? Wait, should be greater than limit. While this is greater than limit, then we can safely take index I guess we do start in remainder dot start index offset by limit, right? So we know this is safe. So this is the starting point. Okay, so while this is, well, let's not call it start. Let's call it cursor. Okay, so while the cursor it's still greater than the restarting index. Cursor equals remainder dot index before cursor. Right, so we're backtracking. While cursor is greater than that, and cursor, and remainder at cursor is not a space. We keep going, right? This should be grammatically correct. Okay. So when we do stop, we know that the cursor is either the start index or it's a space. Right. If it is the start index, then we're screwed. Right? Because that means the for line is filled. So how do we terminate that? So that's a special case. Let's do that. Test word exceeding limit form its own line, right? So let's say we start with test, and then we have test, and then we have a test again. So this one word is 14 lines long. So we want it to basically stay here. Okay, so that's the case we're thinking about. So the interesting thing is, like, since we know the cursor. Okay, so if the cursor equals remainder dot start index didn't find a single good point to break in this segment, we need to look forward until one is found. And form a line from start of the segment till there. Okay, so we found this problem, right? So we really now need to move the cursor back to this. And segment end equals. So let's memorize that to cheat for some performance. Then we put it back to segment end. Okay, we put it back to segment end. Now we start moving it forward. While cursor is smaller than remainder dot end index and cursor remainder dot cursor is not space. We move it forward. Cursor equals remainder dot index after cursor. So now cursor should point to wherever we think is appropriate to start a new line, right? Wait, cursor is at a space. Okay, great. So result is now an empty line. So now we can say result dot append. We want to form a string from remainder and remainder. Well, I think I can do cursor. So now the word at cursor is naturally excluded. Right? Okay. And remainder needs to be updated such that it's remainder I want to say is this. But it's not. Because this will include the space, the divider. So this is actually tricky. Well, not remainder. What am I thinking of? This. I mean, this is not correct. The correct thing to do is if remainder at cursor is a space, cursor should move forward. Index after cursor. Okay. If it's at the end, if it ran into the end of the DrString, then it wouldn't be a space, would it? Or even if it is a space, it's kind of okay. Yeah, okay, okay. So, is this good enough? I feel like Well, okay, that's when the count is greater than the limit, right? At some point we will stop and the remainder dot count will be smaller than the limit. Then we finally say result dot append remainder, right? Whatever is left. Now we can return the result. Okay. So that's a little somewhat sophisticated algorithm to deal with line breaks. The problem is we have no way of actually knowing whether it works other than run a test. So it's not really a problem at all. Really happy that I have tests. So line folding tests. What could go wrong? There's no way this just compiles. Subscripts requires type index and int to be equivalent. I'm so confused. Okay, so let's say my text equals hello world, right? Okay, so can I say text start index like this? Works. Works. Okay. So this is specific on line 48. Why doesn't this work? Oh, because remainder needs to be a substring, I guess. Yeah. I think there's some index math that this could. Ooh. Test passed. Really? Even this one? Interesting. Sweet. Well, that wasn't so bad. Woo. Okay. So here's a little unit of logic we can upgrade if needed. So now that makes me curious. In theory, if that works, this should work as well. Let's run the tests. Run all the tests. Two failures. And where are they? Where are the failures? I assume they're in the these tests. Wait, those tests all passed. What? So what failed? Oh, here we go. Wait. I thought that's what I ran. No? What is this? Oh. Okay. Right. Let's do one more. Okay. This is helpless. Okay. Let's get this into a log. Hello? Let's look at these tests. So this guy with the super long name flows downward and preserves leading white space. Oh, preserves the leading white space. Okay, I can understand if that one fails. Also, why is it taking so long to run? It's building everything. Okay. And it put everything in standard error. Okay. Uh-oh. Starting to drop frames. Why? Okay, here we go. So this is the error. Let's put it on a new line. Ooh, what? Alright, fine. Okay. So this is one of the output. Ooh. And then there's this line. And then there's this line. And then there's this line. Okay, that is not equivalent to whatever this is. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a ton of sense. So this is what we got as a result of the formatting, and this is what we're anticipating. Of course, they don't match, right? So the leading white space is definitely a problem. The question now is who is right and who is wrong? In my opinion, the tests are wrong, right? Because we want an initial white space here. So really what you want is 41 white spaces. Right, so something like that. Same thing here. Okay, interesting. Let's count again. Yep, that's 41 columns. All right, so let's run the test again without doing this. Okay. Oh, it passed. That's beautiful. Everything passed. That's good progress, right? I think by now we have enough. We have enough to format the description. I believe so. Is there anything in the preference that affects us here? Probably not. Probably not. Cool. All right. So let's move on to. Actually, I want to take a break. Let me grab some more coffee. Be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Cool. Okay, so we have implemented, very interestingly, the most important, in my opinion, a pretty important part of the algorithm, which is this. Yeah, this algorithm is super important. Okay, so for the next step, So for the next part, we need to think about a few things. Well, we could go through all the parts. Like we can do parameter next, and then we can do returns and throws next, which all should be pretty mechanical at this point. Yeah. Yay, all tests passed. That's so cool. I kind of want to move this algorithm. Well, it's probably fine. Let's add another test. Wait, that's the wrong folder. DrString parameter formatting. Okay. Okay, so what do we want to test? Like, let's test the boring one. Test split, well, separate single parameter. Okay, so this implies that we need to add the style to the format to editor. Well, this is painful because the configuration, well, the these tabs needs to move again because they live in critic, and critic is in charge of linting. Now we need the same option for formatting. There's this guy, and then there's this guy. Both of these options needs to move somewhere lower level so that all of these types can see it. Yuck. Okay. Let's take a look at the dependencies here, right? Forget that. So critic depends on crawler and decipher. Editor depends on crawler and decipher. Crawler's function is to find the existing doc strings. Decipher's purpose is to parse the doc string into structured data. Yikes. So the conclusion here is both are no good. Neither is good for our problem. So do we need a new module here? To be honest, I never am satisfied by this because this section thing I already have to re-expose it. You can see like it's re-exposed here and re-exposed here because it needs to be visible all the way up to the command line. but now it definitely does not belong to critic. I guess in a way I can put it in nope. Decipher. Decipher is the basically the AST. And does it make sense to put in some style choices in the AST? I mean, it makes practical sense. I don't know if it makes logical sense. So we're dealing with what is your grouping style for your parameter documentation and the parts of a DocString. The parts of a DocString does seem like it belongs to the AST of a DocString, right? The parameter style. Okay, let's do it. I'm overthinking this. All right, let's move this to instead of being in critic, it's going to be in decipher. And let's move this guy. Instead of being in critic, it's going to be in decipher. Now back to our type aliases. My question is, okay, this is exclusively depending on critic. Does it depend on critic for other things? This is a file in DocString. Okay. I mean, I wonder. So does that mean I can do decipher here and call it a day? DocString does depend on decipher, I hope. Where is it? DocString does not depend on decipher. It depends on informat, makes sense. Critic makes sense. Pathos and HTTY all make sense. I guess it's fine because it's the top level, the leaf level dependency anyways, right? So what's one more? Cool. Now does this compile? Oh well, it won't compile. Hold on. Because of the re-exposure thingy. Or do I need to re-expose it? Let's see. I think everything compiled. I think all the tests passed. I think that's what happened. Maybe. Okay. Okay, so back to the task at hand. We can now go to the formatter and pass down those options. And then the formatter can go like, oh, you want a gap here? Then, you know, I'll add a gap here for you if it doesn't already exist. Things like that. Yeah. Okay. This is taking forever. Hey, I think it worked. Why did it take me here? Interesting. Okay. Back to our tests. So Okay, so here we almost want. Do I want a baseline test like this again? No, that's covered. Okay. So each parameter, I believe, is a so-called entry. An entry is one of these. Okay. So this is the initializer. Let's put a dot here. And then we proceed with each field. Pre-white space. Let's do the most boring thing possible, right? Before the dash, you have one white space. The keyword will have it be parameter. So this is going to be init space parameter. Okay. The name is going to be similar. One space name. And the pre-colon white space is non-existent. And the description, let's give it a short description. Okay. But this white space is so weird. What? Oh. Okay, now it's less weird. Fools description. Okay. So at column limit 0, column limit 100 and initial column being 0, after formatting this text, we should expect this. Whoops. It should be, well, So before I can even write this test, I need to already enhance the formatter's signature, because now suddenly I need to know things such as your uppercase, right? First letter uppercase. So that needs to be known. I need to know your parameter style. Conveniently, now is available. I need to know need separations. And that's gonna be a list of sections, okay? So all of this needs to be known. And having added all that, that means my previous call site for this function is now all broken. So let's fix those up. I wonder why I do this as opposed to this. Let's just float everything. Okay. Ugh, it's ugly though. Okay. Okay, so let's fix all the call sites. It's going to be this one. So all this needs to be fixed. That's unfortunate, but okay. All right. Okay, I changed my mind. This thing needs to be single column, or whatever you want to call it. Come on. Okay. All right, so that's just the sensible things to do. Okay, so now I don't have to remember what I need to put in there. That's so much better. Okay, let's get rid of this. First letter uppercase doesn't really matter, so let's say yes. Parameter style doesn't matter, so let's literally say, whoops. What is this? Whatever. Sections doesn't matter. Okay. So that's one call site. There's a bunch of them down here. Yikes. Okay. All right. Derp, I hate this. Okay. Probably should do a macro here, but whatever. Get rid of this. Okay. This is faster, right? 8, 100, everything else is the same. Okay. Let's do that here. They're all 8 and 100, so this is perfect. Now 0 and 100, so just need to change this. Everything else is A-OK. This is the exact same. Yeah, this is where things start to get a little wacky. We want 41 there, We want 79 there. And we don't want none of this. Okay. All right. Last one, right? 41. Went a little too fast there. Okay. Cool. Now we're back to the test we were actually want to write. Okay, so put this here. All this wacky stuff can go away. Let's keep it 100 here. First letter uppercase, true, whatever. Blah. Okay, no separations. So given all this parameter, we expect the result here to be, well, the parameter style, let's make it Thought of some nuance here, but okay. Hello, Overclocks. Thanks for following. All right. So now I kind of know that I want separate parameter style. Given all that, this parameter should end up being exactly like this. Right? It's going to be one line. It's going to start with the right space, right dash, space after dash. The keyword spelled perfectly. One space between the keyword and the parameter name, and then the parameter name, and then the colon. The colon is followed by one space, and then the text for the description of the parameter. So this is the perfect format we want. And if I run this test, I will fail, which is also great. Do I want to run this in a separate window? Test filter. Okay. So this will fail. And we'll make it pass. And then we make another test. And we reiterate. Okay, so the reason it will fail is because we only returns descriptions right here. So now we're moving on to the actual style. Okay, so the easiest way possible. Well, let me think. Is any of this still useful? The initial column limiter can be used still. Okay, so that is a keeper. All right. So how do I want to do this? Uh-oh. Oh, assert equal. There we go. Right. I want to see it fail. Okay, that's a little much. Oh, because I didn't make XC test case. Right? All right, one failure. Perfect. Now let's turn that into one success. Parameters. So a DrString has a parameter, right? Has a bunch of parameters. Each is an entry. Yep. So we kind of want to take the list of parameters, and for each one we will format it. So let's write a new function. Format parameter, which is an entry, and it will give you a bunch of strings. Great. Let's return empty array for now. Okay. All right. So this is extension on DrString itself. Okay. So we essentially just want to like flat map format parameter, right? That's essentially what I want. And here you, in addition to do that, you return this as well. Okay. So that should compile fine. Oh, it should be like DrString.entry or something. I guess let's make it private. Doesn't really matter. Okay, that compiled. Let's make it pass. To make it actually pass. Well, let's refer to this while we do it. So the dumbest way to make it pass is well, here's the interesting thing. So we have description, which is a list. We take the first element, we take its text, right? So this is the dumbest way to make that test pass, I believe. Hey, it passed. Of course, we're cheating here, but what was that? Okay. Hello? What the heck? Okay. All right, so this test passed. Let's make a slightly more sophisticated one. How about single parameter lowercase, one word. So let's make that test fail by requiring the first letter to be lowercase. Okay. Whoops. Fix, please. Oh, wait. What am I doing? Lowercase. So we know this one will fail because we cheated here. What? Oh. Of course. Need to update here as well. So now it fell. But that's another easy fix. So we just say keyword equals Well, think. So let's get rid of that first parameter there by invoke some OOP, if you will. Okay, so I don't need this anymore, but now I can start putting to important things, such as this parameter. Okay, so now I can do this. If it's uppercase, if it's lowercase, right? Easy. Okay. Now that test will pass. Okay, now it passes. Do I want to call this param entry? Let's call it by entry. Worthless names. Actually, param is slightly less worthless. Okay. All right, so let's break our code again. Let's make another failure. Let's make it fail by having multiple lines of description. Foods description, line 2 of foods description. All right. So now what do we expect? We expect the output to become something like this. Do you ever want your parameter description to not vertical align? Probably not. Probably not. Okay, let's give it a good name. Let's test separate single parameter multi-line description. Okay, so let's keep that to uppercase. Oops, come on, please. Okay. So this will fail because of another cheat we did. Okay. Well. Multi-line description. So it will fail. Now we come here and actually implement it, right? Come on. Separate single multi-line description. Okay. So we figure out the keyword correctly. We basically want a thing that's called like a prefix or a header or just the head or first line header, right? Wait, is this the... Oh, something silly is going on here. I forgot to add the prefixes. Whoops. So that's test number 1, test number 2. Test number 3, let's add prefixes. That's kind of important. And here in my cheat, I'll add prefixes. And worthless. Okay. All right, so what do I need here? I need to work on the prefix part, which is going to be this. Okay, so that's the first line header. Oh, I just realized something. Well, maybe we can iterate over this instead of being throttled by all these weird realizations. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. There's something missing here, but we'll get there when we get there. I'm thinking. So the way I handle padding can be improved a little bit. I kind of want to pad everything towards the end. Right? So padding plus $0. This is what I want, right? Okay, so I hope everything is fine. 6 failures. Uh-oh. DrString description formatting tests. Bunch of things failed. Why? What the heck? What am I looking at? Where is this from? And what? Oh, okay. There's another new line here. And there's another, I need to break this down here again. And break it down by here. Okay, so. Alright, so this is the expectation. This is what we got. And the only thing wrong is here. But why is there like double amount of padding is my question. Oh, when line is empty. Yeah. Special cases. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's run that test again. Now it passes. Let's run all the description tests. And I hope everything passed. Okay, cool. All right, now we can stop worrying about the padding. Okay. Let's go back here. All right, let's just address this now. So this is piece of information that I need. So let's update them. Vertical align is false. Okay. Okay, the reason I needed it is because this is actually very critical in calculating whether the amount of space after the column. Oh no, dropping frames again. Hopefully this time we're good. Okay. All right. We're deep in the weeds now. So let me think about this. Where were we? So essentially, when we do this, we need to add max pure length, name length, something like that. It's going to be an integer. And I need to calculate that right here. So the max parameter name length is, we start with 0 and then if 0 is, we basically return the max of $0 and $1's what am I doing? It's self.parameters. $1's name, I believe. Name.text.count, right? So we want the maximum between the last maximum value and the, okay. All right, so that's the value we need to give it here. Okay. So the reason we need this, I guess I'll make this optional. And then this value really should be vertical align. If you vertical align, then you get this value. Otherwise, ugh, this is ugly. This is ugly. Okay. Let's beautify this. Okay. Okay, now we pass this value in. Really don't need this anymore, thank you. Okay, now we get pass this value in. And then we use this value and say additional padding equals self.name.text.length actually. It's more like this. We map it to $0 minus this. And then we default to this. Okay, so that's the additional padding. That happens after the header. And here we want a string. Well, all right. Okay, I think that handles the vertical alignment problem somewhat. We'll see. The real issue is we need now to format these descriptions. Each description needs to have its own line and stuff, except for the first one. Okay. Okay, so we're getting close to folding our descriptions. We're getting close, because now I need to calculate the remaining columns. So I need to pass in the column limit as well. Okay. So now I take basically I'll use the same variable. The content start at the initial column plus the 3 slashes, right? And then we want to move it forward by first line header dot count. And then we want to move it by additional padding count. So this is the starting column, and the text will be pretty similar to this, I think. So this function takes a thing called a lead. It takes a thing called a lead. Oh no, lead is calculated inside. Okay. So it takes line. Is this purely just a list of descriptions? Aha, but each line is a little different in there. Okay, whatever. Let's go for the repetitive. Okay, let's see if this makes sense. For each line of the description, right? I want, if the description text is empty, I will just return that. Otherwise, I calculate the lead, the beginning, right? If this line starts with an empty lead, then I'll use whatever lead it has. Otherwise, I use that. Okay. So now I calculate the offset. Now I calculate the offset. So it looks like I also need the lead.count here. Okay, so let's make this a little nicer. +3 plus this plus this plus this. Okay, so we have the initial column. We have 3 slashes. And then we have the beginning of the documentation. We may have additional counts due to vertical alignment to other parameters. And then we start with an empty space or however number space that the line already starts with. Which is not a safe assumption. Well, this is true for the first line. For other lines, it's not a safe assumption. No, it is. No, it is. It is. Because the leading white space is wiped out. Okay. Sorry. So we have the column limit. We take the maximum line. We take the text of the line. We float it. And then we add it back, right? And the lead is here. Is not here. It's going to be... Yeah, the lead... It's going to be whatever this is plus the additional padding. Actually, it's pretty complicated. All of this needs to happen, right? all of these. So we really need like a so really it should be like this. And now I have that. I should be able to just return it, I think. Come on, I saved it. All right, let's build it over here. So I think it built, right? Nope. Okay, now it built. Now oh yeah, this is not bad. Var, well, let's make that like var result equal this. if let, well, we eventually want to return the result, but if result first line has a result, we want to replace it. Result dot 0 will equal first line dot, there's something like replace var s. Replace subrange. That's what I'm thinking of. Or maybe simpler way to do it is first line dot drop first oh, this is annoying. So the first line should start with slash slash slash, right? And then the header. So first line header plus 3 plus first line header dot count, and then result dot 0 should now become first line header content. Hopefully that's correct. Swift test filter editor tests. Interesting. So there's an extra space for some reason after the colon. Where is that coming from? Who's generating an extra space? I believe it's this guy. Let's get rid of it. So that means everything is passed. Oh no, I'm dropping frames again. Sorry. Need to restart the stream, sorry. Okay, so all the tests passed. That's pretty good. Not bad. Let's look at what kind of test we have, because it's been a while since we looked at it, to be honest. So now we're able to now we know this one passed successfully. We also kind of already, we should have some confidence that refloating also works, right? But I'm gonna write tests anyways. So let's say now I'm gonna start cutting down column limits. So right now this line is 48. Well, multi-line description with initial column. Okay, so simple case. Let's give it 4 columns. So these guys should be, oops, indented, right? So that should keep succeeding. Now, hi, Sea Lion. All right. So that's one test case. What I really want to test is the refloats. So let's measure our column limit. So this line is 48 characters long, or columns long. Let's chop it and say our limit is 40. Okay. Our limit is 40. So that means after we have formatted this line, it's going to look like this, hopefully. And I should expect this to already work. And we will see what happens. Let's test separate single parameter column limit. There are so many things to test. Did I ever test lowercase? False, false, true. Wait. True, true. Oh, okay, there's a false one. So lowercase is tested. Okay. We also need to test vertical alignment and stuff like that. Oh, it failed. Why did it fail? Test. Should have run this test separately to begin with. Okay, it did not reflow essentially. So it printed out full description and then it printed another line. Looks like the vertical alignment worked, but the word did not get folded to a new line. Why is that? Why is that? Me wonders. Wait, what am I looking at? Okay, it's this guy. All right. Okay. So oops. Okay, let's look at this test. Look at it. Let's get some statistics, right? When we refloat the, let's see. So this is 21 characters. Oh, I think I know the problem already. No, I don't know the problem. Okay, so this is 21 characters. So we have 40 column limit. That means when we refloat, the maximum width should be 19. So there can be more than 19 characters. For example, the longest one here has 17 characters, right? So let's look at whether we're getting that correctly. Okay. Max content width. We'll see. Did it print anything? 36. 36. 36. It's column limit minus content start. That means content start must be wrong, right? I'm not sure why it's printing twice, but 40 is the column limit. Content start is 4. That is so wrong. Initial column is 0. Okay. Additional padding is for vertical alignment, which wait. Additional padding should include the first line header count. First line header is this. I'm a little confused. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, let's put a marker here and keep printing. Let's look at this number. Zero. That can be right. I mean, even if that's correct. Oh, additional padding dot. I got confused. Yeah. How about vertical align padding count? Just so I don't confuse myself. Okay, so I don't care about this anymore because it should be additional padding dot count. All right, so this should fix our bug, I believe. Hopefully. Yes, sure did. Cool. Nice. So does that mean all the tests are passing? All the tests are passing. Okay. Let's write more tests. So floating is working now. Oh, this is just for separate styles. We didn't even get into the other style. Okay, let's do separate style first. It's fine. Let's do vertical alignment. Test separate multiple parameters. Vertical, no vertical alignment. Okay, so let's start simple. The first parameter, let's keep using our good old foo. And the second parameter, we'll use barbaz. Okay, barbaz. Okay, give it plenty of columns. We don't want vertical align. Sure. Now we kind of want this to go back there with a space. And then kind of just rinse and repeat for barbaz, but with the wrinkle that this one is here now, right? This is definitely not within 100. So this thing should say barbaz. Okay. This is because I'm missing comma here. Okay, that worked. Amazing. Now we take the same test and remove 2 letters here, and we change a false to true, and our expectation shall be updated as such, right? Hey, that worked. That's beautiful. That means like whenever, yeah, the vertical align is automatically handled now. That's freaking so good. Okay, so what else do I want to test? I've tested this. I've tested this. I've tested this. I've tested this. And parameter style is the only thing left. Right? And separations. Cool. Let's do parameter style. Test separate, well, grouped multiple parameter. No, well, doesn't matter alignment. So we want uppercase, we want grouped. And here we expect the output to be parameters. And then something like this. Okay, and the description should line up like this, right? Or is it all the way here, or here, or here? What is the correct format? Who knows? Okay, at least for now it should be like this. Okay. Now we need to pass that in, pass that value in. Grouped needs to be a bool. And the way we're passing whether it's grouped or not is grouped equals so a DrString should have a parameter header, right? So self.parameter header is not nil. Okay, so now we can say grouped is grouped. Okay. Wait. DocString param formatting line 300. Oh, okay. So I know that the main program. Oh, one failure. It's because of this one, right? I mean, the DocString parameter formatting. This one. That's understandable. Okay, so what do I need to change? So first line header. Cool. If it's So I need to add a space here. Remove the space from here. Now I can say if it's grouped, then it's this. Otherwise, it's empty. Okay. So now we got that part out of the way. And is there anything else I need here? Yeah, I also need essentially to add something here. So grouped. I probably need to do this better. Keyword for keyword equals this. Okay. Pre dash equals grouped. If it's grouped, then we want 3 spaces. Otherwise, it's 1 space. All right. So here we'll say pre-dash. Okay. So this guy will say for keyword. And then we still have the name. We still have the colon. Vertical alignment still applies. I want to run that test and see what we have so far. Grouped, blah, blah, blah. No. Filter this. Okay. Okay, so no. So what I meant to do is this. Okay. All right, so what do we got? We got, is that 1, 2, 3 spaces? Perfect. Okay. So I think this needs to be true in addition to the rest of these conditions. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah, because you have one parameter, we don't want to group them. Instead, we just print it as if it's the only parameter. Okay. That's kind of a weird tangent, but here we have // 3 spaces param. Why does it say parameter? Shouldn't it not be the case? You know what I mean? This is explicitly grouped, right? So in that case, is grouped. It has more than one parameter. The parameter style should be is grouped. Let me make sure. Okay. Both are true. Which means this should be true. Yep. Aha. It's flipped here. It's always dumb reasons like this. Okay. All right, let's see what happens now. So we have -- 3 spaces, full description, and then the continuation of full description. So hopefully that's good. Hopefully that's all good. And if grouped, we just need to add another line, result.insert, I think. Okay, so that's how you use that. You want to insert at 0 this good content. Okay. So let's take a good look at this now. Get rid of all this stuff. That's a new line. 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 Okay, so what's wrong with this? Aha! It inserted a header for each parameter. That's silly. So just take this out. And if it's grouped, we take yikes. We take this. We take first letter uppercase. If it's true, we take P. Otherwise, we take little p. And then we say parameter. So this would be a list. And here we want to add param header. Okay. Now let's try again. Wait. It worked. I'm so good. What is that? All right. Cool. So how are we doing so far? This test is now passing. I think I want to add just one more, which is grouped multiple render vertical aligned. All right, so basically we toggle this. Which causes, in theory, these lines to go here. And that should work, just work. Perfect. I guess another test could be we can do a floating test. So let's say the column limit is 45. 40, 40, 40. Let's say the column limit is 40. Then we should see this floating down by 1. Okay. And it would start with this and end up here. Everything else should be unchanged, right? Oh, what happened? What's happening? Oh, names. Flows with flows over column limit. Yes. Oh, so good. Okay, taking a break. We'll be right back. Okay, so I think I'll try to finish this all the way. Meaning, we have only a few things left, right? So we still need to add the additional lines for separations. And then we'll add throws and returns. Let's do throws and returns first. Those two are very similar, so we just do one. Add a node. I want DrString. What would I call it? Okay. Wait, what happened? Okay. Thought. All right, whatever. We want to import editor. We want to import decipher. We want final class DrString returns throws formatting tests. We want exe test case. All right. And then we want to copy some code. Let's go back to description formatting. Let's copy a empty doc here. So everything here basically needs to be repeated because it's for both formatting the return and throws, but we'll start with one, right? Formatting. I mean, what is even there to format for returns? Let's start with a simple case and we'll go from there. So a return is an entry. So DrString, let's look at the entry again. A return is one of these, right? Yep. So we can copy this over. To be honest, easier to do it this way. Parameter formatting. Okay. So return is one of these essentially. Okay. Okay, that works. So this, as usual, the first test will be the most boring test ever because that's the first test. So there's a space before the dash, there's a dash, and then there's a keyword. The keyword should say returns. And then there's a colon, there's well, the name is ignored. There's no space before colon, and then here we say description for returns. Okay. So given that, let's see. We give plenty of columns to go. Vertical alignment doesn't matter. First letter is uppercase. Parameter style doesn't matter. Separation we're ignoring for now. Okay, so given all that, the result shall be, right? Result is not empty for sure. It's gonna be in an array, and it's gonna have one line. The line should say dash returns. Well, that's not a DrString line, and then it should say whatever this says. Cool. Most boring ass test ever. But this test will fail, and then we'll go fix it. It's all good. What did I call the test? Formatting basic returns, whatever. I'm really tired to come up with a good name right now. It'll be equal. Yep, sure enough, it fails. while I'm here, let's just write them in parallel. Throws. So move this guy to here. Give this back. Everything good? Okay. Throws. Should I test them? Yeah, okay. Description for throws. Throws. Oh. Shouldn't it be 2 failures as opposed to 1 failure? Oh, because I just ran 1 test. Okay, that looks like 2 failures now. Or rather, I should just run this, and let the summary tell me there are 2 failures. Cool. Now let's fix the failures. Okay, so what does it take to format a return? So really, this should be format parameter as parameter. Okay. Okay. Shouldn't change anything. Yep. Now we can add another format as keyword. We still need the initial column. We still need the column limit. We don't care about this. We do care about the first letter. We don't care about groupedness. Okay. Okay. That's not so bad. We do need to know whether we're formatting for throws or returns. Okay. Private enum keyword to format throws returns. How about that? Okay. Keyword throws, well, keyword to format. Okay. Easy clap. Okay. Sorry for checking Twitter. Oh, I'm so tired. All right, let's do this. Why does this start in the wrong column? Let keyword equals. Well, keyword needs to be a string, right? And then switch keyword text, or keyword to format. All right, so now I can use the good one. Keyword to format, first letter blah blah blah, please autocomplete. Okay, so we're switching case. It's gonna be throws. First letter uppercase is true. So in this case, we want keyword to be throws. False, throws, returns, true, returns, false. Okay, so now we have the keyword. What else? So have the keyword. We don't care about all the grouped nonsense here. We don't need to worry about pre-dash spaces. We should probably just jump in and say, well, I should really think instead of looking at the other thing. All right, so what do we want to do? We want to obviously start floating the content, right? That's the ultimate goal. So we need to calculate how much space we have to float, which means Well, I know why this is hard, because I'm not really doing TDD anymore like I did at the start. So really I should do the cheaty thing and do this instead. Return this. Put the keyword here, right? Put a colon, and then do the self.description 0 text. Okay, so if I do this and can say something like throws equal throw text equal self.throw self.throws dot map, right? What do I want to map it to? Format. Actually, throw is an entry. So here I kind of want to do this. So we want to call this. We want to say this is dot throws. We want initial column to be initial column. Column limit to be column limit. First letter uppercase to be first letter uppercase. Okay, now I can delete this. All right, so that's that. So this will give us, okay, that. And then very similarly, we want to do returns. Return, okay. So, and then I want a compact map $0. And then I want flat map $0. Okay. Now, what? Well, first of all, will this compile? I just want to. Declaration is only valid file scope. What is that? 61. Oh, must have missed closing prints here. Let's indent everything. Okay. Method must be declared file private I don't want to deal with that. Wait, what's that warning? Oh, it's warning that the result is unused. Right. Throw and returns. Okay, so throws and returns, add it there. Now let's run the tests. Woo! Cheating works. Okay, this is very close now. Very close now. Let's do more tests. So basic returns. I may want to split this test, to be honest. Kinda want to split it, yeah. Tests, editor tests, DrString, returns, throws. I'm gonna make a throws test. Okay, and this is gonna be exclusively returns test. Go here, do some file management, move it. And it's gonna be exclusively for returns. Yep. And then let's look at the throws ones. It still says returns throws. Now it's gonna be returns only, throws only. Take out the return test here. Cool. Now returns test doesn't need to concern itself with throws anymore neither. Cool. Now I can test, I guess. Test basic lowercase. Test lowercase keyword. Should already work now, so let's give it uppercase. Why not? And then we want uppercase to be false. And we expect this to be lowercase. Okay. Okay, that worked. Lowercase worked, not surprisingly though. So let's move on to what else can we test? We can test white space, but white space is kind of hard coded, so not really tricky. We can test a column limit. All right, let's do this. Let's give it a 10 here. So, well, not 10. 10 is a weird number. Let's give it 8 or whatever. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now, how long is this? How long is this? It's 47. Let's say the column limit is 45. So that requires us to flow this guy down to a new line. And the new line shall be aligned here, right? Okay. Of course, it's still a comment. Okay, so that's the result. Whew. Okay, so close, so close. All right, so here we go. So how shall we float these descriptions? Let's do this as well. So content start should be initial column, sure. We need to add those 3 for the triple slashes. We need to add the lead.count. We also need to add keyword.count, right? Let's think about what is additional padding here. Additional padding for this is, yeah, so we need to calculate the first line header as well. So let's do that. First line header. We don't need to worry about special cases here. We do want to worry about here, but again, it's simpler. We don't have a name. So this is the first line header. All right, so the content start at initial column +3 plus the first line header's length plus the lead count. Yep, that seems correct. And the maximum width is whatever that is minus that. Okay, easy clap. Now we fold. Self dot description dot flat map. Line returns a list of strings in, well, come on, come on. Okay. So we do this calculation. Wait, why do I do the calculation here? Because the lead. Okay, because the lead varies. Okay. And then we essentially do the same thing, right? Line have a text, you take the limit and you format it. But the way you format it is additional padding here. It's has to be okay. Just realized the problem, but I guess I'll write test for it first. Okay. Now let's patch in the first line. First line result content is the first line drop 3 plus first line header. And then we add in the first line header and the content itself. Patch it in. Now we return the result. So this would be the result, right? And I hope this compiles. With 0 failure, no less. What do we do? So we took this. So this one line of description got floated to 2 lines into the right place, right? Okay. That works for me. Oh, so pretty much the whole thing is working now. Let me think about this. So there's an edge case I thought of as I was implementing that. In particular, this line. Because our whole point here. Right. The whole point of this logic is such that if you I think if the lines lead start with empty, then you do that. Otherwise, you this is to preserve the additional leads that already exists. That's fine. Okay. So let's write a test for that. Because at this point, I'm a little groggy. Test formatting column limit preserves leading white spaces. Okay. So let's give it another line. Description for returns. Line 2, description for returns. Let's give it 3 spaces. So what do we expect here? So we expect 3 spaces from the colon, right? Let me turn this all off. We expect 3 spaces from the colon. Okay. And then we expect the content here, except it will be overflowing. So we want to fold it. And what is our column limit? Our column limit is 45. So let's perform our algorithm manually. So this is 45. That means these 2 words are moving down. Let's fix everything up. Comma, come back. This guy will now. So the hope, I think, is because you have additional indentation here, we will preserve it for you. So I think that means it looks like this. Whereas the original one would look like, yeah, basically this word is on this line and these words are on this line. Okay. No idea whether this is working, but let's give it a try. Okay. Okay, so we're pretty much done. We formatted the description. We've formatted the parameters, the returns, the throws. And the only thing left is adding the additional empty lines in between. As soon as we did that, we're done. So that worked. Cool. Cool. Isn't that pretty cool? Like if you write this in your DrString for your, in this case, returns, and you run our formatter, it will do the right thing for you and fold it into multiple lines. In addition to, doing the right column limit and pick up the right white space in between and all that. This is really cool, if I say so myself. Okay. So I guess the next step is to copy all this test so that they apply to throws, because in throw there are 1 tests. Here there should be like 3 or some shit, but I'll take it all, put it in throws, and then fix it like so. And here shall say throws. Okay, so this is about lowercase. We start with uppercase. And we expect in the result we get lowercase throws, and the word should be 1 for 1. Okay, easy. This is again very similar, very similar. Take that, put it here, put that here. This is about column limit. All right. So throws, and this should be fixed. Throws. throws. Okay. And one last test. Put this here. And we will do throws. Okay, so this is one letter less, right? Okay. Two failures. Two failures. I think I spotted one here. Throws. Preserves white space. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Oh. This is a problem of okay, here we go. Description for throws, line to description for throws is not equal to for throws. Oh. I see. There's some subtlety here. All right, let's count. So we said the initial column is 8, so this is correct. And then the whole thing is 37. But if you throw in you add here, it's gonna be 45. So it's within the limit. So really, this test should be something like 44, 43, or something like that. So that will fix that test. And we'll do it similarly here. I believe this gets us close. Yep. Oh. Woo. Cool. That's a lot of code. How much code did we write? 1,000 lines. 1,000 lines. 1,200 lines of code. Okay. Let's do the last bit, which is the separations. DrString separation formatting tests. Okay. Super similar. Okay. Actually, this is a good test. Let me put in all the separations. So in the section file, there are like 3 different values. Let's put them all in here, right? Description, parameters, throws, all 3. Okay. Yep. Works. Free test to pass. Awesome. So test description format description separator gets added. Okay, so let's give it description. Okay, and then we give it, let's say, a parameter. Grab a parameter from this test. Okay. We call format on this. We take description and then we assert that the result is the same as the following. It shall have a line like this. It will also have a line like this. And it will have a line that says description. So this test will fail. Great. And then I'm going to copy this test. Does not get added if unnecessary. Okay, so essentially in the description here, I'm going to add an empty line. There's an empty line here. And we want to make sure the result is this. Okay. And we basically want to replicate this too. For the other 2 cases. So this is a description. So we can get rid of description now. I have a parameter here. Now I also want to put in a return. So this is parameter separator gets added. We ask for parameters. We want want to add a return value here. So let's get the returns format. Get one of them returns. Okay, return gets here. We want to return parameters. So in the return, we want this line, right? We want this line. We want that. We don't want this. So this is what we expect now. Again, returns. So this is going to be same setup compared to that. Okay, except this time in the description of the parameter, we'll add an empty line at the end. Empty line at the end. Okay, so it should give us the same result, which is this. Okay. And the separation is this. Okay. Very, very similarly, throws. That's returns. Did I do returns? Okay, I did returns. Okay. Let's do throws. Test throws. Separator gets added. Throws. Separator gets added. Does not get added. And here we can not think about parameters anymore. And we should think about throws. Wait, is that really throws? No, this is throws. Okay, throws. Grab one of these. Go back here. And get rid of this. Okay. So we have a return. Now we need to put in a throws. Throws is here. Okay. So now we copy paste. Alright. Copy paste. Now we give tricky. We give throws an empty line. So throw naturally have an empty line. Okay. And like that. Okay. All right. How's it coming along? Hey, Nix. It's coming along good. Actually, I made a lot of progress. I think essentially I can format DrStrings now. Yeah, putting a lot of hours today, but I think we're super close to finishing this. Wait. DrString section separator formatting line 1, 2, 3. What am I reading? Hello? Oh, this is not the right file. What did I do? DrString section separation 1, 2, 3. Yep, extra comma there. Hopefully this is it. Wait, Yeah, it's amazing how much I did today. I think I wrote more than 1,000 lines of code. 202. Oh. What is this nonsense? 155. Oh. Okay. Two, 4, 9. Same thing, right? Because these are copy pasted. Cool. So we're at the stage where we're adding like the DocString, and then we are basically saying if the user wants, we will insert an empty line in between these sections. Also, that made me realize this is wrong. But everything else already gets formatted. Like for if these inputs has white space errors or whatever, it will become, those errors will be removed. We have tests for all of that behavior. That's pretty amazing. Okay, so this is for throws, and this is for parameters. So we insert an empty line between parameters and the next section, whatever it ends up being. I guess there's also a type of case where we want to check if the function, if the section in question is the last one, we don't need to add. So test throw separator does not get added if it's the last section, right? That's a reasonable thing to test. So let's say we don't have returns. Right? So, but user requires us to separate throws. In this case, we shouldn't add a new line because there's nothing to separate from. Cool. And I'll do this 2 more times. Okay. So this is for parameters. Oh, for returns. I guess for returns there's no such concern. Wait, this doesn't make sense. It should be test parameters. Confused myself there. Okay. Same idea. If it's the last section. Okay, so I presume that means there's another. Oh, this one is actually correct. Okay, so this is parameter test number 3, parameter test number 2. Wait. Did I forget to copy? Okay. Parameter test number 3, number 2. Parameter separator gets added number 1. Okay. And the description test. Oh my god. Okay. If it's the last section, you need to keep this. Wait, how is this test written? What? Oh, this is between description and parameters. I see. I see. Okay. So I need to delete the parameter. Now it's unnecessary. Now I should expect only one line. Okay. Alright, so triple check. That's the third description test. That's the second description test. There's the first one is right here. Okay. So now there's a bunch of tests failing, and if we make them pass, that'll be my day. Okay, 7 of them failed. I have no idea whether that's the right number. All right, we'll see. Let's go back to making them pass. We are at DrString plus formatting, I believe. So the way this works is we take the AST, we take the user preference, we format each section in the AST, and then we add padding at the beginning, and then we give that as a return. So we wrote all of this today, but the tests are overwhelmingly large. Now my question is, so obviously we need to add a separator here. Between description and parameter header, we need an separation here. We also need a separation there. Okay. So I need to separate throws and returns. So that's throws, formatted throws. I'm not sure. That's fine. And formatted returns. You put this one in there. Okay. So here we'll say formatted throws plus formatted returns. Okay. Now I can start inserting the separators. So description separator. I think, what is the condition for inserting it? So the condition for inserting it would be, first we would want to, the user requires us to do it, right? To add it. So we have that information somewhere. It's separations, okay. So user tells us they want to do a separation. They requires a separation. So that would be description. Okay. The next condition is description as formatted does not ends with, right? Okay. Yeah, this is getting complicated. I mean, this expression is getting very super long. So let me shorten it. So description separator. Let's start off with empty. Okay. Let's make the code dumb. So if separations, well, I also happen to think it's beneficial to add a separator. Separator equals, do we have enough information here to calculate one? We need the padding. I mean, that's all I need actually. So I need the padding, which is this. Oh no, I don't need the padding because padding gets added here. So the separator really is just this. That's beautiful. If this contains dot description, that's condition number 1. And description, well, let's say last line equals description dot last. I guess this is a comma. Last line equals separator. It's not equals separator. So if all these are true, we want a description separator to contain a separator. Cool. And we can delete this. We can add description. Description separator. So this is where I kind of want to clean this up a little bit. Okay. Is this better? For some reason, when I add plus, I like to do it this way. I guess it's because this way the plus sign are aligned. Okay, so we inserted the description separator. I mean, the rest is super similar, right? Wait. No, there's more conditions to be done. So let's do this as well. There's more conditions, so let's give it more lines. The next condition is it's really like a compound condition. Essentially, we need like parameters is empty. It's not empty. Or formatted throws is empty. Not. Or is there a better way to do this? Yeah, whatever. Let's do the straightforward way. Formatted returns is empty. So as long as one of these is not empty, right? So we have something for the description as well as one of the things following it is not empty. Then we add the descriptor. Oh my god, this whole logic just to add this one line. Okay, whatever. Now I'm going to replicate this for parameter separator. And if this contains parameters and parameters last line is not the same as the separator already, and one of these sections is non-empty, then parameter separator shall be, that, and also parameter separator will be inserted after parameter. And then I'll do this one last time for throws. Throw separator throws, if the last line of throws, formatted throws, and returns is not empty, then we add a separator here. Keep doing this. And then we add a separator after the throws. Cool. What does this do? Let's see. So far in this patch, we've written 1,200 lines plus 50? Can be just 50. 1200 plus 400, so 1600 lines. 1600 lines today. But they were good lines. Oh, hey. Oh, Swift, you're the best. Okay. Wow, this really this expression really broke the compiler. I give you a hint. Formatted returns. All right, this is a little crazy now. Yuck. Oh, please don't do this to me. Okay. Let's see. Parameter this sucks. How about this? I put you all in a list, in a big list, right? I replace these with these. I tell you what your type is, right? Oops. Did that work? Did that work? Did that work? Okay. So I give you this. This is a list of lists. And then I flat map this. In fact, I'll do this. And this. How about that? Is this better? A is better. Okay. We have 4 failures. Let's look at it. 4 failures. Let's get some of these up here. Okay. Test row separator does not get added if unnecessary. What? What is this? Aha. So this is one of the old bugs. I mean, by that I mean I actually thought of this problem sometime during the development. Actually, now that I thought about it, why do I do this instead of this? Hopefully, oh, that's why, because that's a list. Okay. Okay, so the bug is that if you have an empty line, we try to preserve it, fine. But when we do, we pad it instead of making an empty line. Okay. So in that specific case, we're formatting for this, right? So this is the problem. This is the problem. So we fold each line, and at the end we add the lead. But when we fold each line, if it's an empty line, wait, I thought it was taken care of. It's the line's text is empty. We return this directly, right? Thought this is, oh, that's for parameter. Do I do this for this at all? Nope. That's why. That's why. So this is in the description. All right. So for the description, let's do the same thing. How about that? So this will take care of returns as well as throws. Oh no, I'm starting to drop frames again. God dang it. Why? Stop. Okay. What did that do? I think, so I see a failure here. Test row separator does not get added if it's last section. We got this. Oh, it got added anyways. Interesting. I hope my stream is not too scuffed. The rate is dropping. The rate is increasing, I mean. Oh no. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. So the error is we added a additional line here. Oh, let me check the test first. Maybe the test is scuffed. I'm dropping 3% of 3.6% of packets. Hopefully, man. Okay. So this test, right? Aha, that's why. The test is scuffed. Last section. Let's take a look at the other ones. Does not get added. Description separator does not get added if it's the last section. And this obviously won't run. Okay, 4%. We're getting worse and worse. One failure. I assume it's somewhere in here as well. And where is it? Oh, there. Parameter evaporator does not get added. This is the last section. First of all, there is a typo here. And I assume there's something wrong in the description. Yep. Cool. So the tests are wrong. The code is correct. Whoa. We've got a formatter. Oh, that's awesome. Dropping 5% of packets. This is beautiful. All right, I'm gonna end the stream. Thanks for watching. I think I'll do. I'm really tired, so I think I'll have dinner and see how I feel after. I'll upload the whole session on YouTube. What else? Yep, that's it. See ya.